last year ukuthi kuma sponsored events kumele amakhansela akhetharishwe ngama accreditations uphinde kube imakhi uma ukuthi kuyavuma noma kube isuit uma kuvuma athi umuntu ubona lento ingenzeki umuntu nokufica emcimbini ayithuke nje esesemcimbini kodwa njengomuntu osuke umphathi eThekwini or leadership angayitholi into oversight ekahle ngokuthi ayithuke khona emcimbini ngokohlelo kanti amendment it was made by the IFP and it was supported only the DA didn't support that amendment. Kodwa manje kuyathusa ukuthi there is no report maybe eqondile ukuthi no leadership this is what happened. I then requested the other day
The A is requesting a 15-minute caucus.
15.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Let me do this, councillors. Let me do this, councillors.
2 minutes.
I am aware that order. I am aware that there was an executive committee meeting this morning at 8 o'clock. There are items that were processed by the executive. I don't know why the reason why maybe the DA will request that caucus now. Maybe they want to deal with those items. I assume that other political parties might have the same need of caucusing for the items that were considered by the executive this morning, so that I manage council time properly. Maybe all of you are ready. I want to grant the DA the 15 minutes they are requesting, but I want to persuade other political parties as well to use the time I'm granting the DA to consider the executive report that were discussed this morning, so that during the day I don't keep getting requests of caucuses to consider those reports. It's not an instruction, it's just a guidance.
Speaker.
Oh, okay. Thank you. No, I'm guided by my team here that the report that was considered in the morning is not yet ready. Once the report is ready, it will be distributed, then parties will be given time to go to caucuses. Councillor Mtwetwa, can we give you 10 minutes?
10 minutes in court.
Not 15, 10 is granted. Thank you. Let's give the DA time to caucus 10 minutes.
Speaker,
Yes.
if the report is not ready, so that you are fair to all councillors.
Order.
If the report is not ready, so that we are fair to all councillors, we will wait until the report is ready, so that we can all caucus at the same time.
Okay. It means we can proceed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Mtwetwa. We'll wait the Secretariat to give us an indication, then you will be given time to caucus. Item, these are questions in terms of section 27 of the rules of order. The first question is on page 5, but not clear. Then on page 6, the question is typed there. I hope that those who are supposed to respond on this question are ready to respond. The question on page 6, may I have the response, please? Is the response ready? Or maybe we'll come to it later? Can I get an indication so that we don't waste time? Yes. Okay, we will come to the page 6 to get the response later. We will now move to the Executive Committee report, item 12. I will invite His Worship the Mayor to table the first report of the Executive. Your Worship.
Honourable Speaker,
Can you please, Your Worship, speak closer to your microphone?
thank you very much. My apologies, Speaker. I'm greeting you, Speaker. I'm greeting the Deputy Mayor, all the colleagues in the Executive, our Chief Whip, the councillors present, also Central Board, City Manager, the senior executives, all colleagues in our offices, various offices. It is my pleasure indeed to present the first report of the Executive Committee. I so present it, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. City Manager, will you please read the item?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The first report is the report on the Governance and Human Resources Committee from their meeting which was held on the 27th of the 5th, 2025. Item 1.1, renewal of Memorandum of Agreement advancing the city's collaboration and strategic research partnership with academia. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I've got only one speaker on this item. Is Councillor M.S. Kuala. Councillor Kuala.
Thanks, Speaker. Thanks, Speaker. I withdraw.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
Speaker, Freedom Front abstained.
Freedom Front abstain. Let's support that. Secretariat. City Manager, this item.
Second report is the noting of outcome of the redetermination of the EThekwini Municipality boundaries. Committee recommends.
Page 9 of the report. On page 9, item 2, there are no speakers. Are the recommendations agreed? Next item, City Manager. Okay. Thank you. I will request His Worship again to table the second report of the Executive Committee. Your Worship.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Once again, greetings. It's my honor to present the second report of the Executive Committee. It's so tabled. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On the second report, item 1 is the report of Finance Committee from their meeting which was held on the 18th of the 6th, 2025. Item 1.1, progress report on EThekwini Municipality Standard Chart of Accounts, M-Score Roadmap, Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Page 18, item 1.3. There are no speakers. The recommendations are great, councillors. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Item 1.2, public tender awards of EThekwini Municipality for the month ended 30th April 2025. Committee recommends.
So sorry for that. There's a confusion here caused by Councillor Mumano. He just sent an amendment without moving it from the floor. Now I'm disturbed because I'm getting a message from my team. I'm trying to chair, I'm reading, then Mwango, if you have an amendment, you must raise it from the floor, then the speaker will then allow you to put it down, not just send an amendment. Thank you very much. City Manager, on page 11, Yes. Item 1.4. Page 11. Page 11, 1.2. Okay. Right? I've got speakers on page 11, item 1.2. Is Councillor Mwango with 2 minutes from MK, P, and Independent. There's Councillor S. Mzimela from the ANC. Councillor Mwango with 2 minutes. Yes, Councillor Ndlovu.
Thank you, Somlomo. Sacelo check Somlomo. Ukuthi uvumelekile ukuthi umuntu ongazi asho lutho aphisa ngesikhathi.
Hey, I can't rule on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I move the amendment, please?
Yes, you can move the amendment.
Are you going to read the amendment or can I read?
Yeah, you can read it.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm requesting that we add on the recommendation with that 1.2.4 that the city manager refer the 8 million tender for the supply delivery of bread and groceries for the soup kitchen to CIU for investigation. So,
Okay.
basically,
Okay, thank you very much for that. The amendment has been sent to me from Councillor Mwango, seconded by Councillor Zuma. It is in line with the rules of order. I will invite Councillor Mwango to motivate for the proposed amendment before Council decide whether to support it or not. Councillor Mwango.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is this tender for 8 million rand to supply bread for soup kitchens. And the issue is there's so many allegations which I believe they require investigation. And this tender has been going on for more than 3 years now, and there's no award. And we keep giving individuals a month-to-month contract. And we can't sit here as councillors really and believe it's normal to spend 88 million rand on bread and only for 6 months. And if you look at the calculation, how they are supplied to different wards, you can see there's something wrong here. It's impossible, Speaker, that you can supply the same quantity of bread, even though the population is different. Now, you will find in each and every ward, you supply the same quantity. And also, there is no follow-up to make sure that they are actually delivered. And the allegations again about the milky person who now apparently is the one saying, you buy a bread through me, not from the main suppliers. And there are really big red flags about the supply of bread and how this tender has been awarded. Hence, we are asking, let's get it investigated without me talking about allegations. All I'm asking is, can you simply refer the matter to CIIU for investigation? Then the report comes back to council. I think we can allow CIIU to do that.
Councillor Kose, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I didn't want to disturb my learned friend on that side. But honestly, do we need an amendment in this regard? Because Councillor Mamo, if there are allegations, there is nothing that stops you to write to say.
Councillor Ngos, listen. You're out of order. Allow Councillor Mwango to finish his motivation. Then the Speaker will allow or afford Council time to decide whether the motivation is convincing or not. Let's allow him to finish. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are many allegations which I think it's unfair to really talk on allegations in this platform. Hence, I'm asking, and the is asking, can you refer the matter to CIIU to investigate if really allegations have any substance? We'll get from the investigation. I don't see why we can't refer this to CIIU. I don't know why IFP will defend the investigation. So all we're asking...
Just focus on your motivation. You only involve other people as you conclude, because I want to attend to other hands that are up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mwango.
Mr. Speaker, all we're asking simple is that can firstly talk to the issue where the process was followed. 2, there's any oversight whereby there's delivery of this bread to all these wards that they claim have been provided, and whether really 88 million is justified just to purchase bread for 6 months. That's a big question. I think Commissioner can refer to CIIU. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, this is the motivation to amend or to add the recommendations on page 12 after 1.2.3 as 1.2.4. We have listened to the motivation. Is the amendment agreed, councillors? Okay. The amendment is being rejected. Now I will just come back to the substantive item. As I've said earlier on the substantive item,
MK 2 minutes.
We went. You can focus with Edith.
Okay, thank you. My team is saying here, although the majority of the council members are saying no, the amendment is not being supported, but we have to vote on the item. We are going to vote on the item before we go back to the substantive item. Thank you, legal, for that guidance. Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I understand that we are dealing with a very sensitive matter, and unfortunately, we deal with content creators here who sometimes raise issues for the sake of TikTok and Facebook and other social platforms. And that sometimes gets in the way of us doing our work as council. For instance, 1.2.3 of the very same report that Councillor Mncwango seeks to amend is saying the following. I read that the city manager reserves the right to investigate the awards with a view to taking disciplinary, criminal, and recovery actions where willful and negligent violation of supply chain management policies and local government municipal finance management act provisions are observed. Now, as I continue.
Point of order.
Speaker, I thought we are voting. My petition is out of order because I was motivating, not debating. Motivating. He will debate when it comes to a debate. Now he's debating. The procedure is I table, if there is no, we vote, then he will debate after that, after voting. If there is a case investigation, he will debate why that is investigation, not now.
Okay.
Can you follow the procedure?
Councillor Mthethwa. Order. Mthethwa.
No, Speaker. I think support. We do support because we think if we have nothing to hide, it is proper that this council gives instruction.
Speaker, can I raise a point of order?
Okay, order. Let's do this. Councillor Madlala, what you were trying to do is to destroy the reputation, right? Now, I'm not saying that respond, Councillor Mthethwa. The report or the recommendations on 1.2.3 and what is being proposed. Nevertheless, let's not wait Councillor Type, Councillor Madlala. Let's just go straight to vote for the amendment or not, then we'll go back to the substantive item and take hands for debate. Let me have the screen, please. We are voting now. Doors are closed. No movement. Right. Let's start with those who are in support of the proposed amendment from Councillor Mncwango. Please raise your board.
And that.
We support the content creator.
If you look at featured tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are voting against the proposed amendments, raise your board clearly so that we are counted. Thank you very much. We are done. Those who abstain, please raise your board. Those who abstain. All right, Adek, are you present? Adek? Have you voted? You are against? Okay, thank you. APF? Speaker. Thank you. TA? TA, they're not present. Okay, thank you. Let's add the numbers. Yes, Cousin Mohammed?
Mine is not recorded.
Your vote is not recorded. Tell me your vote. PFP? Against? Asimemezele kama vote. Those who are in support, 57. Those who vote. Those who those who abstain, the number is 14. The proposed amendment is not being supported. Thank you very much. We'll now go back to the very same item. Nwango will be number 1. Mzimela will be number 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not really surprised that the ANC Namakitangoma will not support such
Order,
proposal.
Councillor Mncwane. Order. Order. Can you please withdraw that?
Which part does she?
Can you please withdraw?
Which part, Speaker?
The one that you have said.
Not being surprised.
What I'm surprised. You can withdraw.
Yeah, Mwango, if you misbehave, you will forfeit your right to speak. Remember, listen, councillors, you have a right to speak as all council members, but I'm also responsible for your behavior and your conduct. If your behavior is in conflict with the rules of order, I can also decide not to allow you to speak. So that we maintain order, Councillor Mwango, please withdraw and proceed. Thank you very much. Proceed, Councillor Mwango.
Madam Speaker, it's not really surprising what is happening in this council. And I think it's really an insult to the ratepayers of EThekwini that we can sit here and have really councillors who are supposed to be playing oversight, but we seem to be supporting corruption. And it's what reason, as actually say, we strongly believe there is a need for the investigation.
Honourable Speaker, I hope you will
Order.
take this order now.
I'm taking your order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I understand Mwango went to legislature. He might forgot the processes that he can write to CIIU, and CIIU can respond and investigate. So there's no need for him to come and provoke the colleagues here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You see, Councillor Mwango, now for you to come to council and make an allegation as if there are facts that there's corruption that has not been proven, you know that is wrong and out of order. You can't make that allegation without evidence or a proper investigation, as proposed in recommendation 1.2.3. Please refrain in making such utterances. Proceed.
Honourable Speaker, it's really an insult to ratepayers that as councillors, while we are facing serious challenges when it comes to water, electricity, potholes, massive delivery issues, but you can sit and really do nothing when 38 million is being just spent on Izingwa, where there's no oversight, which can balance because they are feeling. And Honourable Speaker, there is a need to zoom into this department, our publication. Speaker, I will exactly do that. I will personally write to CIU, because as it's been said previously, if some defend, I will never defend corruption, I will stand with that. But what I want to say, Speaker, is this. There is evidence that there is something wrong in this department, and I will produce to the CIU. There are even events that are being paid for, they never took place. I will produce evidence to CIU. So the point, Honourable Speaker, is this. It is somehow our responsibility as this council to play our role.
Yes,
oversight.
What's that? No. Councillor Okolu, order.
I'm here also, Speaker.
Order.
Sentient.
Angithi meeting, council meeting. Uma unekhansela eliraise a point of order, umthetho uthi anikwe ithuba lilalelwe, uSpeaker bese yanquma, akuwena kumele manquma. Wena mekuthiwa the point of order uyamukhuluma ulalela. Angikwazi councillors ukuni-orientate and induct for 3 years.
Speaker, I am rising with a point of order, Baba. On the matter, Councillor Mwango is still proceeding to make allegations. But Councillor Nkosi, ngicabanga ukuthi ubeseke wamkhumbuza ukuthi ithini i-procedure based kuma allegations awenza to the council angenawo ama-proofs wakhona ukuthi now kusekhuluma ngama-events kade khuluma ngezinko kusho ukuthi uzokhuluma ngayo yonke into ekhona. Bengizocela-ke mina chair or speak ukuthi mhlawumbe umncango so that can believe noma ngoba uyakholelwa ukuthi kunezinto ezingenzeki ngoba engekho kungenzeka ukuthi uyena ofisa ukuthi anikezwe lo msebenzi ukuthi ahambise izinto ukuze kube nesiqiniseko siyafika.
Kube nokuthula. Kahleke. Yabona wena Xulu. When you raise a point of order, ngesikhathi ngikulalela ukuthi ngiqule now about out of order. Manje kusho ufuna ngithi your point of order is sustained, but in the mix of your order there is also a need to overrule it. Don't confuse the speaker. But are you done, Councillor Xulu?
No, Speaker, can conclude because the misunderstanding started when kune amendment to this, because I think what the amendment was sponsored by the MKP. Now, that's where the misunderstanding. Now, Mncwango is trying to clarify because the matter that we are speaking it was referred also kuma recommendations by Council Madlan. Therefore, it's out of order.
Okay. Councillor Xulu, your point of order is sustained. You see, Mncwango, you can't mix issues. Let's discuss the item that we are discussing. Now, the issue of events is not part of this report and the recommendations. As you conclude, Councillor Mncwango, please confine yourself to the item. Thank you.
Speaker, transparency ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi kuphenywe ukuthi ngabe lezi zinkwa ziyafika yini emphakathi, ingabe nenani elibizwayo liyilo yini, ingabe ngampela kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi kunabantu abanama-companies ahamba nga-3 and 4 abahlomulayo kule mali le ongamele ngabe kuyenzeka. Kodwa-ke so qhubeka nje-HNSA ukuvikela imali yomkhaya sibabuke nje lababanye abafuna ukumemeza eceleni. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Mzimela. Mzimela.
Thank you, Speaker. Bingelele Speaker, bingelele kumeya, na wonke amakhansela, bingelele nakubasebenzi bomkhandlu. I want to mention that as the ANC caucus, we have raised the issue of the delay of finalization of normal tender processes. And the CFO have gave us the assurance that there will be a progress in the next 2 to 3 months, which is one of the issues that Mr. Mncwango is raising, the issue of oversight. We are doing that oversight. But secondly, I want to remind this meeting that Section 36 is in line with MFA. So don't every time when you talk about the issue of corruption and talk about Section 36, because it is in line with MFA. But also, I understand the what cancel. Before Mangu has a report somewhere, or figure pay what 40 every day, not less than 100 Twabantaba Mugeli Zinkwa, what 40. So that is okay because our years say Mr. Mncwango were parachute. But I want also to assist this this council that if there is any wrongdoing, there is a recommendation there. If you look at page 12, where my colleague has mentioned.
Speaker.
Yes.
Ngifuna ukuchecka la ukuthi ngabe kuyikho yini ukuthi ukhansela athi kunokhansela waparachute. Njalo ukuthi ukhansela mayikhuluma, do we address each other as councillors? We must address our speaker. Ngoba ukhansela address umncwango. Kodwa mina ubumkhuza uma ngi-address
your point of order is sustained, Councillor Mzimela. There's no councillor here who has been parachuted. please confine yourself to the debates
Speaker.
as you proceed.
Speaker.
Councillor Mbwembwe.
Somlongs, uKhansela uNcwangu, kunezinto ayikhulumayo uthi ngesikhathi umkhuza ube addressa izigebengu. Ufisa ukwazi Somlongs ukuthi izigebengu kuba bengilalele njengekhansela usho thini besilalele izigebengu ukhuluma ngani?
Okay, senze kangena. Senze kangena siqale ngale order kaMzimela. Yokuthi athi kunabantu abaparashuthiwe ukuthi siqondise yona. Siqondisele ngoba siwulile ukuthi le order is sustained. Right? Ncwango sibuya kwena manje. Lenkulumo le ikhiphe. Keep it up below. Thank you. Mzimela qedela ke debate. Uma senihambe ebusuku ngo9 ningabheki uspeak.
No speaker benza highlight ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi le program expand amawadi angakayitholi ayithole because ilekelela kakhulu ekulweni nento yepoverty since sine issue unemployment ephezulu ngendlela esimanga. Ngibonge speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mzimela. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed? Noting for noting. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are on page 13, item 1.3. Public tender awards of EThekwini Municipality for the month ended 31st May 2025. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are the recommendations, councillors, agreed? Noted. Noted. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Item 1.4, investment report for the month ended 30th April 2025. Committee recommends.
Item 1.4, are the recommendations noted? City
Thank you,
Manager.
Honorable Speaker. Item 1.5, debt collection report for the month ended 31st April 2025. Committee recommends.
Page 14, 1.5. Are the recommendations noted? Thank you.
Item 1.6, billing report for the month of April 2025. Committee recommends.
Right. 1.6 is page 24, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Only column lapha. Page 24, the first speaker is Councillor Ronnie McPherson. Then Councillor Roy, yes. Councillor Roy approaches. Councillor Nala from the ANC, two speakers. McPherson.
Speaker, it's Rory here. I want to speak.
If you are in council, we'll call you Ronnie. Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Nala?
Speaker, I am covered.
By Councillor Ronnie. Yeah, covered, thank you. Councillors, are the recommendations noted? City Manager.
Page 31, item 1.7, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred for quarter ended 31st March 2025. Committee recommends.
1.7, page 31, Councillor Bintuli, DA, Councillor Ngema, ANC. Councillor Bintuli.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngiyabingelela umkhandlu umndeni bemunde ngizohlala odabeni. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure are sins committed in broad daylight. They are also very easy to admit for write-offs because someone will just pop up at MPEC and claim there was value for money. However, Speaker, one must note that SCM processes are complex, sensitive, technical. However, it cannot be corrected every time. We are noting and noting again and again without any consequence management. A culprits named in these reports are mostly repeat offenders. And if you pay attention to the descriptions of irregularities, you will see that there is a trend, there is a sequence, and there is a pattern. We are looking at 243 million for 1 quarter spent outside compliance scopes. For the year 2024-2025, the cumulative sum amounts to over R1 billion. Part of it has been written off and the other part was to be recovered. But then the issue here is, who knows how much has been recovered and collected? Again, namanje ngisasho ukuthi lento kumele siyibheke kahle. While EUIFW may not necessarily mean the crime was intended, we shouldn't be comfortable with noting this because all white collar crimes, such as fraud and corruption, happen in well-legislated environments through small technicalities in broad daylight. When someone says local content, I can't help but think of the radical economic transformation. The worrying thing is that when there is money local, it's not spent. And when spending takes place, bad financial practices and non-compliance happen. As we know these kinds of reports time and again, we barely hear about the consequence management. Comfortably speak. When you are running an institution huge as a metro, you are likely to incur irregular expenditure. However, seeing the huge amounts of cases where expired contracts are used leaves concerns about capabilities of our SCM. Do we have the right people in that space? We are concerned. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ntuli. Lema.
Sibonga Sonloma. Lana isamba lesi semali esivele kulombiko asisho ukuthi imali ilahlekile kodwa imigudu efanele ayilandelanga kahle kodwa asivelanga i-delivery so akusho ukuthi ilahlekile le mali imali esetshenzisiwe. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillors, we are on page... Order. We are on page 31, item 1.7. Are the recommendations noted? City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 32, item 1.8, investment report for the month ended 31st May 2025. Committee recommendations.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Are the recommendations noted, councillors? This item.
Item 1.9, budget statement report for the month ended 31st May 2025. Committee recommend.
Page 32, item 1.9, few speakers. Councillor Mafeslin, you're number 1. Councillor Mtetwa, you're number 32. Councillor Kisson, you're number 3. Councillor Madlala, you're number 4. In that order, Mafeslin.
Thank you, Speaker. The item at hand here is the budget as of end May 2025. I'm going to speak, or I'm going to talk slowly and deliberately, so that some of the following is ingested and understood where we're at a particular point in time. The water loss is now a staggering 58.8%, just short of 59%. and has steadily risen over the last 10 years or more, maybe 15. Despite turnaround strategies, despite a contract of 148 million rand being signed by the city manager in 2022, that promised high-speed, state-of-the-art tracking, satellite that is, to respond to identify leaks in areas that were previously not monitored. In the following year, 2023, a progress report was made available which congratulated itself on how successful this project of 123 million was, and that it was all systems go. And here we are, 3 years later, and with no further reports, we can assume it's either stopped, doesn't happen, or has failed. On page 241 of the finance agenda, one of the highlights of how to deal with this crisis was the following: speed of repairs to leaks within 24 hours. That's from the department itself. Speed to repairs within 24 hours. So for those of you that are at the coalface, you get where I'm headed over here. The other one I want to bring to your attention is the overtime. As of, the budget is 1,113 million, and as of today, we're at 1.2 billion. In other words, we've exceeded budget, we're not even at year end, so we're asking for a breakdown to see which departments they are. And of the capital spend, this is the critical one. 1,311 million rand was spent to be spent on water capital investment, 1,185 million on sanitation, and only 55% has been spent on those line items. So we have a crisis, 58 to 59% water loss, overtime critical, and a massive underspend on capital budget. When will there be accountability? Fiscal dumping, SCM processes, tenders being appointed where they have no prospect of completing on time, and ratepayers' money being literally washed down the drain. I thank you.
Councillor Mthethwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been covered and will still be covered by Councillor Kisson.
Thank you. Councillor Kisson.
Thank you, Speaker. Today, as I sit here as a politician, I also rise for the millions of people in the city who wake up every morning without water, sanitation, and hope, and often without answers. I rise to speak not about the numbers on the spreadsheet, but about the unseen cost of 1 billion rand in unspent grant funding. Money that could have changed lives, but instead sits idle whilst communities collapse. 1,032 million rand, that is the figure. But let me tell you what that really is. It is a school child in New Germany settlement walking through mud because the road project never broke ground. It's an elderly woman using a pit latrine because the sanitation upgrade remains in planning, and the father in Clare Estate whose family has not had water for 3 days while grant money allocated for bulk infrastructure was never spent. Speaker, these are not just administrative
The order is raised. Councillor Kwala.
Ngifisa ukuchecka la somlomo ukuthi kuyenzeka nokukhuluma ngento edinga ibudget obungayisuppose.
Councillor Kisson, proceed.
Speaker, these are not just administrative delays, these are catastrophic failures. Let us call it what it is. We are not broke, we are broken. And this collapse is not due to lack of funding, but a total lack of management from the top. How does a city with 1 billion in grants fail to build roads, upgrade settlements, and maintain water pipes? How do we explain to residents that while they suffer, we must grant targets? We fail to apply for rollovers and then simply shrug and move on. Where is the urgency, the accountability, and the leadership? Speaker, under this management failure, grant performance has become a yearly disaster. Projects like Canubia Boulevard, Sibaya Access, and Juve Trade Port, bulk water supply are still trapped in planning phases. Contractors disappear, timelines shift, nobody answers. Even worse, departments that fail to deliver suffer no consequences. Officials are not suspended. Heads of departments are not held to account. Instead, the only people who pay the price are our poor and the forgotten. Speaker, today we ask for answers. Has the city applied for the rollover for the unspent funds, or will we again send 1 million back to National Treasury while our people queue for water tankers? Because make no mistake, every unspent rand is a road not built, a tap not connected, a home not delivered, and a life left behind. This is not just financial negligence, it's cruelty disguised as incompetence, and we need transparency. And every official, every committee, and every department who has failed or neglected to use these funds must be held accountable. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We are very delighted to note the epiphany that has befallen the Democratic Alliance in terms of the importance of the budget. Because as much as they are saying every cent of unspent budget is a person who's going to suffer, every cent of unsupported budget is everything that they are saying. Maybe next time they are going to support the budget first before they talk about it, whether it's spent or not. Going forward, Honourable Speaker, we want to start by saying we want to note this report as the ANC, and we want to note the progress that has been made on different aspects of this report. And in terms of the 1 billion rand unspent grant, we have put the process in place to ensure that one, if up to the end of the financial year is not spent, a rollover is applied for. It's in line with the prudent financial management principles, and we rather, as much as we are concerned about the unspending, but we also don't want to spend where the ground is not prepared, that the money is spent on what needs to be spent on. There's a tight balance that you need to make between spending at all costs and spending money where it is needed, where we have prepared the projects, your SCM processes are in place, and you can ensure that every cent that we have spent can be accounted for. And therefore, that tight balance needs to be maintained at all times. The report is also saying this, that the operation revenue collection is at 98% of the year-to-date budget, reflecting a modest variance of just 2%, meaning that we are doing fine in that score. Operating expenditure is 93% with a variance of 7, meaning that we are doing fine in that score. Capital expenditure sitting at 82% of the adjusted budget with a notable variance of 18%. That's where we need to improve, but we are also doing fine on that score. Capital year-to-date spend currently at 56.47, which raised a bit of concerns, but we had a special EBSCO meeting where we were assured that measures have been put in place by the city manager and his team to ensure that we push for upper 90s in terms of that. Cash collection rate of 94%, marginally up from 93 in the same period last year. It's a good positive 1%, but which means quite a lot in terms of the billions of rands that are out there. And the issue of the water distribution has been raised continuously, and I apologize that members of the Executive Committee, the Democratic Alliance, do not brief their caucus, because if members of the Executive Committee, the Democratic Alliance, because if they do, they would have not been asking these questions, because they are part of the Executive Committee. They know about the issues, how the executive committee is dealing with the issues of water. They know about the water turnaround strategy that has been adopted by council. They know that we are at the highest in terms of all the other municipalities in terms of the turnaround strategy and the attendant documents. And as a result, we are getting billions of rands from the National Treasury to help us to deal with these matters. And therefore, maybe we need to have a joint caucus where the ANC will brief all parties on these things. Honourable Speaker, we support this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the recommendations noted. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We are on page 33, item 1.10, debt collection report for the month ended May 2025. Committee recommends.
Page 33, item 1.10. There are speakers, Councillor McPherson and Councillor Nyanisa. In that order.
Thank you, Speaker. As of end May 2025, the debt owed to the city now stands at just short of 40 billion. This time last month, I said it would cost 40 billion. I didn't expect it to get here as quickly as it did. In the Finance Committee, it was suggested that a large part of this was a direct result of the back billing of households which received free water. That was back in December 2023. May 2025 to May 2024, our debt rose by 8.3 billion outside of that backdating. That's like 700 million a month. You can't make it up. Of the 40 billion debt, 73% of that is made up of household debt. And of the 73 million, 29 billion, of the 73%, 29 billion is household debt, and of that, 40%, which is 12 billion, is water. So, you know, the previous speaker from the NC says that they're on top of the game and, you know, we've got nothing to worry about and everything's sort of, you know, moving towards the right direction. But when you have a look at it, capital budget's underspent, water continues to be lost at a staggering rate. We pat ourselves on the back, we're buying another 100 water tankers. That's not how we're meant to be operating. We want water through the taps, not through delivered by a tanker. What does this all mean? It means we're going to write off some of this massive debt to try and make the books look somewhat attractive. Or, as is now common practice, we'll just raise another 1 billion, 1.5 billion. Who pays for that? The minority of maybe 300,000 or 400,000 ratepayers and utility payers who are dedicated in paying their rates and their utilities. To support, I might just say, 4.2 million who need service delivery. How do we operate like this? Where's the end game? And I've always asked, you'll hear me saying we're now at 41 billion. Then you can hear me saying that we're at 42 billion. And we're not backing off. Because we're on a trajectory which we're technically bankrupt in a sense. And we need to fix it. We've got to get the revenue back. We've got to collect it. There's only one word that keeps coming to mind, and one of my previous colleagues mentioned it as the previous speaker, accountability. Where does the buck stop? Who's taking responsibility? Who's stepping into the chair? Let's try to say who's stepping out of the chair. And, well, that may still happen. But, you know, as I keep saying, as a Democratic Alliance, we're very likely to be the largest partner in a government of local unity in 2026, God willing. We want to take on, we want to be part of a city that's financially sound. That's why we raised this. Now, I just want to raise one more point of accountability through Speaker. That is staff debt. In March, 5,042 staff owed approximately 80 billion, on average 15,000 rand per person. April, 5,492, 16,500. May, 5,156, a staggering 20,000 rand on average, Speaker. What that means is that there could be some at 100, maybe 150,000, and some as low as 2 or 3,000, exceeding 90 days. 104 million is owed by staff. That represents 20% of all personnel that are employed are overdue. How? And that is why, as the Democratic Alliance have asked in the Finance Committee for a breakdown. It's right. We don't necessarily need to see the names, but we want to see the categories. How many people owe 100,000 and upwards, and what positions do they hold within the city? What category do they fall in? Who owes between 50 and 100,000? What category do they fall in? We've got to start seeing those so that there can be some accountability. And it's uncomfortable, I get it, that we talk the way that we do. We don't want to, but we have to. If we were going to provide the services that are most urgently needed, then we've got to collect the debt. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Nyanisa.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was covered by Councillor Madlala deeply. I don't want to reiterate what Councillor Madlala is saying, because I see the weakness of ours now. We're not ready, as councillors, some of the councillors. We speak of getting rid of if I can make a typical example, we speak of getting rid of water tankers. And we know that we approve buying of water tankers to deal with the water loss and increase of debt in the water department. And we are building Umkomazi Dam to get rid of our water tank. But we come here and grandstand and talk about the debt as if we don't know the reasons of this debt that we are having. All is in the committee. It was thoroughly explained. But because we are now here in council and there is TV, our colleagues on the other side being read said as if this council is failing to collect. Yet it's not true.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nyanisa. Are the recommendations noted, councillors? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is item on
page 44. 44. Same page.
On page 44, item 1.11, billing report for the month of May 2025. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Two speakers, Councillor Berthe, DA, Councillor Mate, ANC. In that order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I wanted to say I'm covered, but I'm not sure because I'm sure my colleague on the other side prepared his speech in retaliation. So let's give him an opportunity. I'm going to quote here Circular 58 of the MFMA, which places a responsibility on National Treasury on municipalities that need to ensure that billing systems are accurate, send out accounts to residents, and follow up to collect revenues earned. Because if you keep your eye on the money coming in, you will have money to spend on the money that's supposed to be going out. So when you look at this and you see the percentages quoted of what we are billing, they should align with what you've got in the bank, and that should diminish your outstanding, because if you are billing correctly, people will probably pay. But if you bill them incorrectly, they will declare a dispute, and that's when your call centers are overburdened and they're unable to cope with all this influx. And that's when you have this. When you have water meters that by own admission, you don't read 13% of them in a month and then estimate. It means you've got a couple of hundred thousand over a quarter that are not read and people are estimated. Hence these big bills that people are sitting in residential areas suddenly landed with bills of 300,000-400,000 that they don't know where it's coming from. Yet we count that in as money in the bank. No, it's money that you've billed. It's not money that you've earned. When you are by own admission saying that between 21 and 25% of electricity meters are not read in a month, you're talking 60,000-70,000 meters that are not read in a month. Yet you are showing a percentage of billing, and yet you're showing a percentage of money coming in. And that's why we seem to have the smoke screen out there of what we are earning, and then it makes our budget look very good, because you can say, and I'm taking a leaf from across the floor to say we're 2% up and we're collecting 94 or 98% or whatever the case may be. If that was the case, we wouldn't have 40 billion rand of outstanding debt, because we would be able to sort that out. So, what are we banking? What are we billing? And do they correlate with each other? Because I don't think they do. But I want to go a little bit further, because once you've got money billed, you should have, remember that thing where I said money to spend? And as much as my colleague tried to trivialize how much the expenditure is on the capital budget, one has to ask, that 11th hour, but we're also in the 11th month of a 12-month period. And I want to just pull out a little bit of the extract from that report that was referred to, because if you don't have the money, how do you spend? And then you look at your capital budget, and I'm going to break it down a little bit. Your housing department has only spent 73%. We are 4-5 days away from the end of this financial year. Water department, 55%. Sanitation, 55%. Solid waste, only 40%. Engineering, 58%. Electricity, 63%. Transport, 61%. And wait for this one, Metro Police, 14%. That's when you go to that 50%, 56% average that we are hoping will be up to 90 and 95% come next week, Monday, Tuesday. But let's go to the grants. The same culprits. Engineering, USDG, that's an Urban Settlements Development Grant, only 60% spent. Water Department, slightly better at 70%. Sanitation, 63%. And once again, solid waste, 50%. And economic development, the lifeline of the city, 41%. Let's go to the informal settlements upgrading participation grant. Same culprits, eh? Water, 63%. Sanitation, 62%. Electricity, 64%. Now today we're also going to be looking at the new indicators for the STVIP, and one would wonder, the ones that are in place and the people that did not meet the expectation, are we going to handle them? Or we're just going to say, we're just going to implement the new year and we'll look at it again? But what does this translate to for the man in the street? When you're planning to do 4,500 new electricity connections in terms of your budget, and you only achieve 1,967. You're saying to 2,400 households, we're going to give you water. You only achieve 1,474. You tell 1,977 people you're going to get houses. You you're only able to do 1,500. You say, I'm going to make the road safe by upgrading it from gravel to asphalt. You're going to do 4 kilometers. You've only done 2.7. So are you going to do another 1.3 in 4 days? I don't think so. The reality is we are working with smoke screens. We are trying to achieve clean audits, but it does not translate to what's happening on the ground. It's time that we bill people for what they use, that we collect it, and that we also service the budget that we say we are supporting. Because at the end of the day, it's one thing to support, it's another thing to be able to implement. The DA knows this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mate. Honourable Speaker, I will take the debate on behalf of, in the place of Councillor Mate. If you may indulge me. Okay, no, it's not allowed, Your Worship. Not allowed. Unfortunately, if Mate is not here, because we should have at least given the name of the speaker. Order. Apologies, Speaker, I will stand down. Okay, thank you, Your Worship, for your understanding, because we received the names of speakers in advance so that we announce those speakers. Councillors, are the recognition noted? Next item, City Manager.
Page 52, report on Trading Services Committee from their meeting which was held on the 18th of the 6th, 2025, item 2.1. Noting of reasons to amend contract number PSC 2018/010 in terms of section 1163 of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003 in Hammersdale Wastewater Treatment Works Professional Services Contract for improvement to liquid and solid treatment facility in Ward 4. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. There's only one speaker on this item. It's Councillor M.S. Kwala from the IFP.
No, umuntu akabonga somlomo. Siyafisa ukuveza le ethi siyafisa ngathi ukuthi umeya ne-team yakhe ezwe. Ake besenzele i-capacity building for ama project managers wethu for ama capital projects specific. Ngoba ezizinto uthi mawusuya on the ground ubone ukuthi ilahleka kwi-project management. Not ngoba kukhona izinqumo noma ezithathiwe ama-delays, but kufika seku-1163 kube ngazi mhlawumbe kune-corruption in between, but uyayibona uma usufike on the ground kwi-oversight ukuthi ngokwe-project management ikhona nenkinga ngama-capital project, but as IFP we note. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendations noted? Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Item number 3, report on Economic Development and Planning Committee from their meeting which was held on the 19th of the 6th, 2025.
Sorry, Somlo.
Yes, Councillor Kola.
Second, page 53.
Yeah, page 53, 3.1. Yes, yeah, sure.
Request for the approval of the final draft 2025-2026 Municipal Spatial Development Framework Review. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Are the recommendations noted? Thank you.
Item 3.2, request.
Who's that budget?
Mr. Manager.
Item 3.2, request for authority to continue funding the Maritime Industry Development Program and to enter into a new memorandum of agreement for the next 3-year cycle, 25-26, 26-27, 27-28. Committee recommends.
Yes, there are two speakers here.
As you correct, 3.1.
3.1. Oh, okay, not for noting. All the recommendations are great. 3.1, thank you.
Freedom Front Steyn.
Noted, Councillor. Record is recorded, Councillor. Order. We are on page 56, item 3.2. There are two speakers, it's Councillor Ubega, SA, and Councillor Chintuli, ANC. In that order.
Honorable Speaker, Action SA supports this initiative or program that seeks to create jobs opportunities and fight poverty, especially if it focuses more on Kubantabash. Action SA is aware that EMC runs capacity building programs with institutions like UKZN, DUT, and Charleston School of Excellence. They also facilitate graduate placement programs and portals for interns. While I was serving the community in our econ, I witnessed positive impact kulobudlelwane somdoko phakathi komkhandlu ne-Maritime Industry Development Program, where EMC supports startup SMEs and initiatives in both building and repair, including incubator program. The ocean economy plays a very critical role in Noto Womkhandlu. Action SA will request more money should be used in such programs. Then events where khona uthola indlanzana eligcina litamuzela emalini yabakhokhi bentela.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tony.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me say all protocol observed in the interest of time. The EThekwini Maritime Cluster is a non-profit organization that was established to provide platform for partnership with the maritime industry, government departments and agencies, and academic institutions and community. This partnership results in an effective implementation of the following maritime industry programs. The first one is the training and the skills development to equip individuals with competencies and the needs in the maritime industry, and to enter to a development that facilitates the growth of emerging enterprise with access to information, coaching, and mentorship that thus enable them to participate in the maritime value chain, including ship repairs and logistics. And we have seen okuningi kwenzeka kubonakala kusiza abantu bakithi. The aquaculture project that empowers youth with the training for sustainable income and food security. Shipbuilding, focusing on an artisan training and exposure to job and local ship and boat industries. The economic benefit of this sector is through direct and indirect job creation, investment in the port of Durban, and relating to transport and infrastructure, cargo handling, logistics and warehouse, housing, customer services. Maritime economy has gained a lot of publicity. However, this sector is still not understood by many, and there is still a great need to support and expose and build capacity for our previous disadvantaged community, especially the youth and women, to play an active economic role in the sector. This initiative is therefore to provide significant positive socio-economic benefit to the city and its communities. Sitasikusho ukuthi ngelila somlomo kuyofunakala ibe khona indlela ukuthi mawuya kwamanye amazwe angaphandle la uthola ukuba neport in the city, you'll find ukuthi abantu bakhona baba nendlela yokwakha amathuba amaningi emsebenzi baphinde bakwazi ukubaceba through ukuthi i-report ikhona. Nathi lethu yondila kuyofuna kube sibe nayo ingxoxo esiba nayo national ukuthi kube khona indlela ukuthi this port must be seen iba nenkulu impact eyenza kubantu bakwethu ANC yayisupport item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli. Recommendations are on, I think, are on page 57. They are all agreed, councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 58, item 3.3, request for authority to continue funding the Green Corridors program and to enter into a new 3-year memorandum of agreement with Green Corridors. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. The two speakers again is Councillor Nyembezi, EFF, and Councillor Chintuli, ANC. In that order, Councillor Nyembezi.
Before start listeners of EFF, ngikuveza ukuthi EFF ithole disturbance enkulu kabi ngokukhishwa kwabantu amafletile amaholo lawo bafana kasaba flat and disaster akamulela kakhulu.
Ahleka Nyembezi, ahleka Nyembezi.
So and
ahleka ibambe lapho. Babe Nyembezi. Ahleka ibambe Nyembezi. Ibambe Nyembezi. Asinayenzi lento yenza ukuthi debate nge-item ufaka amanye ama-item ngoba kahle phela kahle umhlangano ufuna nge-order ama-order wayifaki into engafanele uyifakile uyifake endaweni efanele qhubeka-ke Nyembezi.
Kodwa fanele yaziwe leyo nto. We EFF will support equally items. We support this item when it comes to the Green Corridors program is aligned with EFF values and objectives, particularly in promoting environmental sustainability and community development, especially in transformational aims by being poor, and women and disabled people focused. While targeting develop township before the others, benefiting but since
The point of order.
Speaker, I don't think
I withdraw.
Speaker.
Okay, now I will name it.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, proceed, Councillor Nyembezi. Order.
For ECT, MOH, EFF, so complete and say support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tuli.
Honorable Speaker, the Green Economic Program is implemented by Green Corridor, non-profit organization, which is positioned as a special purpose instrument. It enables the flexible, creative and value for money on the implementation of the city's idea, as well as capacity to leverage private sector and other sources of increased service delivery and in impact. The Green Corridors programs are addressing two key elements on the green economy. The first one is being the transformative management of the natural open spaces relating to the river system in our communities, and to develop of the township and rural eco-tourism product. The main objective is to minimize the performance of the municipality in green spaces as a special economic and environmental asset in support of economic growth and development, job creation, and quality of life in the township and in the rural areas. Speaker, this program is focusing on socio-economic stimulation of local area through the leisure and tourism economy. At the same time, it also focuses on the transforming and activating open spaces and thereby bringing management to the space that were formerly unnamed and degraded and often constitute threat to the neighboring community. These programs continue to be well managed with a regular performance and government oversight, being exercised by economic development and planning. Notable by Green Corridor, NPC has received a clean audit in all of its financial year since its establishment. Angusho lokuspeak ukuthi sele kuyiqalile le program yenzi ikhona into esiyibona ukuthi yawenza umehluko endaweni ezihlukahlukene, but as a committee when we are sitting together sibe na umuzwa ukuthi kuzofunakala sithi we expand si extend siye nasendaweni eziningi ukwenza ukuthi in the city abamaningi ngathi umsebenzi so creator ANC support item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ntuli. The recommendations are great, councillors. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The next item is item 3.4 on page 63. Is the request for authority to approve the final draft of a EThekwini Traditional Rural Spatial Framework and Land Use Management Plan, including the draft cooperation agreement of Memorandum of Understanding between EThekwini Municipality and the leadership, between EThekwini Municipality leadership and the EThekwini Local House of Traditional Leadership. Committee recommends.
Page 63, item 3.4, 2 speakers. IFP, Councillor Mbonambi, ANC, Councillor Chintuli. In that order.
Asibonge somlomo ngibingelela amakhansela kakhona ngaphansi komkhandlu weTheku nabasibukele emakhaya. Somlomo IFP siyakweseka lokhu kokuhle kangaka ukuthi kube khona ukusebenzisana okuhleka kube khona phakathi komkhandlu nobuholi bendabuko obukhona. Lokhu uzosithuthukisa izindawo zasemakhaya asethemba futhi ukuxhumana phakathi komkhandlu weTheku nobuholi bendabuko kuzoletha uzinzo nokuhlonipheka kwamakhosi ezindaweni zasemakhaya. Siyothanda ukubona ezempilo, ezemisebenzi, ezemvelo namafemu akhiwa ezindaweni zamakhosi. Futhi sinjasi IPs siyophinde futhi siweseka kakhulu ukuthi awungabikho umhlaba wamakhosi oyothintwa ngaphandle ukuthi kuthintwe amakhosi nomkhandlu wabo. Kube khona ukuvumelana ngaphambi kwalo mhlaba lowo uhlonzwe ubekwe ukuthi ngasazi ubokusayo uphinde usebenze. Izindawo zamakhosi konke okwenzekayo nokuqanjwa kwemigwaqo siyokujabulela kakhulu futhi inkatha Freedom Party ukuthi akungasetshenziswa nje amagama osopolitiki abagaziwe emakhosini nalezi ndawo amakhosi ahlala kuzona, kodwa siyokuthokoza kakhulu uma ukuthi imigwaqo kuyenzeka iqanjwe ezindaweni ezithinta amakhosi aziswe futhi kusetshenziswa amakhosi amadala asakhothama. Siyinkatha Freedom Party siyakweseka-ke lokhu esethemba ukuthi kuzohamba kuhambisana namakhosi nokuhlonipha ubuholi bendabuko. Singaziki umthetho oseka kuphi. Siyabonga nina besizwe.
Mbonambi.
Ngiyabonga Speaker.
Councillor Ntuli.
Sibonge somlomo. African National Congress siyakholelwa kakhulu ukuthi umnyango wamakhosi kanye namakhosi asendlunkulu abalekile amasidila noma sisebenza ukuhlonzwa komkhandlu. And lokho mabe sikwenza ngokuqonda ukuthi njengoba enikezwe umsebenzi wokubheka isizwe noma ukubheka indawo lezi akuzona nje ubithe lakhiwe la no 60% rural. Kubalekile kuthina mangabe senza inhlelo zeTheku sibenze babingxenye. Ngiyafisa ukuthi kulomkhandlu ngisho ukuthi owekomiti la economic development i-process bisivele iqalile. Uhlala phansi namakhosi ukhulunywa nawo ukuthi abingxenye uma kuhlonzwa kahle umhlaba nokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi kule ndawo ehlala kuzona emakhaya ngingagcini kwenza namaphutha lawa amanye awo esigcine siwabona mangabe uthola ukuthi kunama-disaster sekhona abantu abamukile kwezindawo abanye kuba khona ingxenye. Lokwenza isiqiniseko soma-policy development efoma yenziwa ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya siyenza ngokubambisana futhi nokusiza nokulekelela lokholwa ngaphambili amakhosi sikwazise ukuthi ayingxenye umkhandlu njengoba sivele sihlala nawo njengamanje. Thina njenge-ANC siyakholelwa ukuthi lolu hlelo luzosiza ukuthi kulolu budlelwano ovele sinabo siqhubeke siye phambili ukwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi uphumelele ukwenza kahle into zentuthuko nokuhlonza kahle indawo ezihlukahlukene eThekwini. Siyabonga kakhulu Speaker, ANC siyisupport item.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next item.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. On page 67, item 3.5, request for authority to approve the annual review of the EThekwini Municipality's land use scheme comprising of the 5 sub-schemes, Central, North, South, and Inner West and Outer West. Committee recommends.
There are no speakers on this item. Are the recommendations agreed? Right. Thank you.
On page 68, Honourable Speaker, item 4 is the report of the Security and Emergency Services Committee from their meeting which was held on the 20th of the 6th, 2025. Item 4.1, request for approval to host the crime prevention dialogue through environmental design in collaboration with African Forum on Urban Safety. Committee recommends.
Thank you. We have a few speakers here. Number 1 is Councillor Mbonambi, ANC. Number 2 is Councillor Okay. Ubalo shinde hodwa.
Lungile Mbonambi ebuyele ekhaya konke ngithwasha umntwana.
Okay. Councillor PR Bonambi, IFP. Corrected, eh?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Kahle phela sibize nabanye. Councillor Kaula, EFF. Kube Councillor Mieni, Deputy Mayor from MFP. In that order, Councillor Bonambi, you are number 1.
Speaker.
Yes. Okay. Umnqangu yes ukhona la ya.
Please don't you talk.
Order. Yes, umnqangu is here.
Usaphosi lemnyango.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mbeka, for that. Councillor Mbonambi.
No, as former Speaker. Speaker, siphinde siyasekele item siyokujabulela kakhulu kubashayeli esiphuma from other African countries. Ngoba lokho kuzosiza kakhulu lapha eThekwini wasumasipala omkhulu kangaka. Kuzoba nomthelela omuhle ukuthina futhi will assist us a lot to try and fight with the killing of women and children and any other person in our province and entire South Africa. Speaker, we do need a new approach to crime and violence to keep our metro as a free crime city. By working together and supporting what was requested by security and emergency services, definitely crime will drop in our city. Njengoba lokugebe kungaka eThekwini, asithi Speaker lapha kuloko esikuhlokozayo. Yebo noma kukhona engathi lapha nimayithanda bayikuyana uMosegayo amaphepha. Kodwa ngoba kuyinto ezosiza thina njengomkhandlu wethu ukuthi silo nobugebengu sibonge kakhulu ukuthi kuveze lokhu ngicela ukuthi sikusupporte ngoba kuyinto yethu somkhandlu weTheku futhi kuzosibeka ukuthi iTheku libe number 1 eSouth Africa ukuthi lizokwazi ngendlela ezintsha zokuthi si-approach i-crime ngoba i-crime uyabona ukuthi eThekwini entire of KZN any crime iphezulu kakhulu siyasupporta lokhu siyi-IFP.
Councillor Kaula.
Ngibingelele ngibonge njenge-EFF yakwamukela ukuba khona kwe-dialogue ethinta izinhlaka ezizokhuluma ngokulwisana nobugebengu obudlangile. Siyafisa ukuthi namaforum akhona emphakathini athole nawo ukweseka, athole nane-support kanye ne-equipment eyanele, athole nanokuvikeleka by amaphoyisa ngoba abantu abaningi banikela ngey'mpilo zabo bevolontiya emphakathini bagcine sebeba zisulu zokulinyazwa yiwo futhi umphakathi. Siyacela ukuthi labantu bamaflat babhekelele nabo. Siyacela singayikhotha indaba yabantu bamaflat abakhishwayo emahholo ukuthi babhekelele umkhandlu
Kahle asingayifaki lengekho kwi-item. Siqhubeka ke khawula ne-debate.
Bese ngicela speaker.
Uzocela.
Bese ngicela speaker, siyayisupport kodwa le ama-flat siyacela uhambe.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mieni.
Thank you, Somlomo. Protocol is indeed observed. We support the item because as EThekwini Municipality, we have been recently appointed as a permanent secretariat to the African Urban Forum on Safety. One of its key deliveries is to organize the annual dialogue on safe challenges, fostering a learning exchange and sharing the best practices across Africa. Somlomo, we welcome that EThekwini Municipality will continue to play a critical role in the African diaspora. We are going to be rolling carpets to all the mayors which will be coming from the Africa and also the technocrat. And we also see this as another way as a city of us getting the economic boost moving forward. The item is indeed supported.
Thank you very much, councillors. All the recommendations are great. Thank you very much. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We are on item number 5, which is the report of Community Services Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 23rd of the 6th, 2025, item 5.1, noting of reasons to extend the lease agreement for the Durban North Library, situated at Kensington Square, shops 15 to 21, on number 53 Adelaide Tambo Drive, Durban North, in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA Committee recommends.
Thank you. There are no speakers on the item. All the recommendations are great, councillors. For noting. They are noted.
Noted.
Thank you. Let's move, City Manager.
On page 72, item 5.2, request for authority to implement Parks, Recreation and Culture's integrated programs. Committee recommends.
Page 72, item 5.2. One speaker, Councillor Kupega.
Agreed.
Speaker siyamdlula.
Councillor Mgadi.
Covered.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered by Councillor
Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I think this is the Councillor Madlala item.
Councillors are the Republican agreed. Thank you. Next item, Mr. Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
We now move to
a speaker on the previous item.
There's no speaker.
There is a speaker on the previous item.
Item number 6, a report of human settlements and sharing and transport
speaker on the previous item.
Item 6.1,
there is a speaker on the
order. Roads provision,
there is a speaker on the previous item.
Management, roads and stormwater maintenance and development engineering committee recommends.
We are on page 74, item 6.1. Are the Republican agreed, councillors? Order. Order, councillors.
Check.
No. Order. You have order. Order. Listen.
Undermine us in this.
Listen, councillors.
Don't undermine us in this.
No.
You must listen to us when we speak also.
Order.
Raise an order.
Order, councillors. Order. We only read the list of speakers that's in front of us. Order. Therefore, in the item that I've read,
please ask
order. I want to place on record that the only name that appears in the list of speakers is the name that the Speaker announced. There's no other name. The Chief Whip of the EFF, the Chief Whip of the EFF can come to confirm that in our list. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order. Order.
Utungena ukusuggesta ngoba ekugcineni kusemhlanganweni akhona into engabe yenzekile iphutha ngicela silungise ejwayelekile umhlangano hayi ngendlela ukuthi ngicela manje kwenziwa indlela engakuhloniphi njengoSpeaker bengicela but I check your administration akhona njalo then we allow them to speak on the matter of the subject.
Thank you, councillors. It's important, councillors.
Can I raise an order, Chair? Speaker?
Order. Can we check with the Secretariat whether there is a list of speakers or maybe there has been an error on the list given to me? Can you confirm that, Belinda?
Wena uzowenza umgwaqo ekwayibhekelelezi amukumaintense
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. Indeed, order. Indeed, it has been confirmed that the name was submitted to the Speaker's office, but on the list given to me, there's only one name of Councillor Gupela. Now, the Speaker from the EFF can speak. Order.
No speaker, umuntu befuna ukusho nje kakhulukazi ukuthi siyayazi le program ya Arts and Culture kahle PRC. So sithe masingena thina ithemba iqala sayifaka ifocus. We know imali ade operator la and manje kubuke ngazuthi kunokufakwa untswinyo kakhulukazi ekufundeni lama program. So sifuna ukuphamisa nje EFF ukuthi we are very much concerned with that. Ayifakwe imali kuye imali zi-uplifte abantu abamnyama abama-artist nokunye okwenziwayo kwa-arts and culture. And also sifuna ukufaka emphasis ukuthi i-key role yaka-arts and culture ayingayi ka-ECOD. ECOD une-key role yakhona. So arts and culture must take these programs and implement them according to what is in their Plan 6 of IDP. So we beg the city manager to look after that. We also want to put the emphasis, Mr. Speaker, of the budget cuts in this unit. We are very much concerned with it. The budget cuts, we can also please with the finance to look after that, to those things and reconsider them. We want to support this item, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are great, councillors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Order, councillors. Next item, City Manager. Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's record that, Secretariat. Next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 71, item 5, is the report of the Community Services Committee from their meeting. It's page 74. Item 6, report of the Human Settlements Engineering and Transport Committee from their meeting which was held on the 23rd of the 6th, 2025. Item 6.1, request for budget reprioritization for engineering unit, roads provision, coastal stormwater and catchment management, roads and stormwater maintenance and development engineering. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. Page 74, item 6.1. Are the recommendations agreed? Agreed. Next item, City Manager.
Page 77, item 6.2, EThekwini Municipality way leave and excavation bylaw. Committee recommends.
Page 77, item 6.2. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Agreed. Next
item 6.3, proposed alienation of...
I'm destined to speak on that item.
You are listed to speak?
Yes.
On which item?
Page 77, item 6.3, to the way leave bylaw.
Your name is not in my list. Yes. Your name is not in my list.
Maybe the EFF submitted my name in
You see, councillors, I can only do the same that to confirm. Maybe there's been an error from the list submitted to me. I have no reason to lie. I respect this chair. I can't mislead council. I respect this chair. Can I confirm, Belinda? Do you have this name?
Confirm akuthina ngoba hlangana Zulu
Aliko.
Yabasana umhlobo.
Ayikho.
uzophuma nanyembezo izophuma
iziphuta tholi
Yes, my office is giving me a clarity. As per the meeting of the whips and in the speakers and whips committee, that there was a decision taken by the committee that some of the agenda was received very late by councillors. Whips of parties could not submit the list of speakers in time. Hence, there's this confusion from my team in terms of the list of speakers. I do want to apologize to council for that confusion was as a result of the agenda that was delivered late to councillors. Therefore, I'm being guided that the list that my team have with the list that had been submitted to me was prepared prior those names were submitted. Councillor Berthe, you are then recognized. Apologies for that.
Thank you very much, Chair. So accepted. And that unfortunately is the consequence if we don't keep to the council agenda or the council calendar and meetings are late, and then we find ourselves in this position.
Order.
I'm on record as previously lauding this council for actually putting very good legislation into place. And this way leave bylaw is another example thereof. Our failure is, however, in the implementation of these bylaws. We put it on paper, but we're sometimes reluctant, or there's even a political reluctance to implement. So whether it goes across the board, whether we talk to the noise and behavior in public places bylaw, whether we talk to advertising and signage bylaw, and we put it in place, but we do not enforce. Now, in this instance, there's a responsibility on certain officials to act. Some of them to ensure that those who are on site are in possession of the right documentation, the correct planning, and so forth, And where they fail to do so, there are punitive measures which says they should go off-site, they should reapply, and if failing, you can have fines up to 300,000 rand and or imprisonment. And so it goes for other bylaws as well. What makes this one so important is that it speaks directly to service delivery. There is probably not a councillor in this house that has not had a situation where a pipe bursts and then they cannot work because nobody knew that there is a fibre line over or above it, or there is an electricity line that cannot be attended to because the water is now in the electricity and then the electricity is in the water, and so forth and so forth. Or you're busy digging and suddenly where a pipe is supposed to be for fresh water, you suddenly got wastewater. So the second part of the responsibility outside of the officials who are tasked to make sure it's implemented is also internally, where the different departments have to make sure that the GIS is properly updated and the cabling, piping and other services are actually laid in line with what was approved. Because else you are digging in the one place and you find something totally different there. And not more, was it more obvious than in the laying of the fiber optic channel, sorry, not piping, the cables a couple of years ago, which is probably the direct outflow of what we've got in front of us today. Because even today we are still suffering the problems of that time, because these service providers had their own plumbers and or electricians that followed them. Repairs were not done up to standard as what the bylaw then prescribes, and they've nicked pipes, they've nicked lines, and they close up and they move away, and come the next rain, the water penetrates the electrical cable and we've got a blowout and you've got areas off with subsequent damage to municipal infrastructure and cabling. So it will be in the implementation and keeping check of this that the result will be. Because if it's merely something that we wrote on paper to take punitive action against certain individuals, we're wasting our time. It also has to be consistently applied across the entire municipality and not only to suburban wards, because the infrastructure gets built out further and further. And what we fail to implement today is going to bite us in the heel tomorrow. Because maybe today we're just putting a single line into a rural area. 5 years from now, that will be a developed area. And if we do not chart and make sure that we follow the rules all the time, it's a futile exercise. So while it is good on paper and the DA is elated and in full support, we do request and plead to the administration and to the city manager in particular to make sure that the implementation is there. Else we are wasting our time to sit here and approve it today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you very much. It's now 1 o'clock, right? We are going to break for lunch.
Let's finish. Let's finish the item.
Okay. Councillors, yes, I'm consulting my team here, of which there's a view that let's conclude the remaining item. Let's conclude the remaining item. Then we break for lunch. Then the lunch will also be included time for caucuses. Because the item that we considered early in the morning by ESCO has been emailed to all council members. We will conclude the agenda and we break after that. Now, City Manager, next item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Next item is 6.3, which is the proposed alienation of F. The next item is 6.3, which is the proposed alienation of F 535 clear water by public tender for social purposes, plan number SJ 4737, stroke 2 in extent of 900 square meters. Committee recommends.
Speaker.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Kwela.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you and your team and to fellow councillors. Speaker, I would like to submit a reference back on that one.
Page 78, item 6.3. Right. 78, item 6.3. There's a reference back proposal from Councillor Kwela. It's supported by Councillor Mazibugo. He has explained that there've never been a consultation with all the stakeholders, including the old councillor. Is the proposed reference back supported? Okay, thank you very much. The item is being referred back to the committee. Next item, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item 6.4, proposed alienation of proposed portion B of F216, free diet to the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government Department of Public Works on behalf of the Department of Social Development on plan number SJ 4798/3 in extent of 1958 square meters. Committee recommends.
6.4 is on page 79. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item.
6.5, proposed alienation of F654 Wamashu P to the KwaZulu-Natal Government Department of Public Works on behalf of Social Development on plan number SJ 4711 in extent of 3494 square meters. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you.
Item 6.6, proposed alienation of deproclamation of proposed FA of remainder of F491 Katomena by private treaty to the adjoining property owner on plan number SJ 481/2 in extent of 179 square meters. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed?
Item 6.7, request to amend a council decision adopted on 31st March 2021 and to adopt an amended recommendation in respect of proposed transfer of land for educational purposes, proposed FB being consolidated by proposed portion A of F31207 and F30855 Pinetown. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Are all the recommendations agreed, councillors?
Item 6.8, proposed granting of rights to use, control and manage a property by way of long-term lease of Evan 2333 and 2334 Waterloo, situated at 77 and 79 20261 Street, Waterloo, as depicted on plan number SJ 4864. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed? Next item.
Item 7, authority to transfer funds to the Durban Marine Theme Park. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you.
The delusive list again.
Order. Let me take these two hands, Councillor Ntuli and Councillor Berde.
No, umdabonga Speaker, ngapho item bengifisa ukucela ukuthi leya question ebifike ekuqaleni siyidefer to the next meeting. Thank you very much.
I'm confused.
A rule order 27 question. Lebeka tivele ngathi fifi phela.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Berde.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think quite a few people...
Councillor Berde, you are raising your hand because you want to debate or you want to...
Yes, I'm as a speaker on this matter.
Okay. You should have indicated because I explained the challenge.
But then Councillor Julie attracted a little bit more attention. So he got first attention.
That's fine, thank you.
I think quite a few people here still recall what the old beachfront looked like when the aquarium was at the lower end of West Street. In 2004, the city at that time spent 700 million to build Shaka Marine Theme Park, and since then we've spent over half a billion to sustain it. The original planning was to have it as the center of the tourism node. Everything was supposed to happen around it. Over the years, we've added the 8-kilometer promenade to give people easy access, and there certainly has been development in the area when the city teamed up with the Point development. There was a boom in the property market at the time, and everybody thought that Ushaka would indeed become the center of attraction. Since then, with its three reliance on either the entrance fees, the rental from the tenants, and the parking fees, it was supposed to be a viable and sustainable entity. We are quite aware that it's not. It's in financial disarray. The city has to more and more bail it out, and the word bail it out, if you go and search, you'll see that it's year after year. We've heard of plans, turnaround strategies for it. We've heard that financial remuneration would serve as inspiration. It has not. We've changed management. It's made no difference. We don't seem to be looking at alternative funding for it. The city is reliant to do it through its own resources. We're not knocking on the door of the Worldwide Fund for Nature. And this, irrespective that what is being done at Ushaka is not just for the city, it is a worldwide, in the interest worldwide, to conserve and to research. But we seem to want to be doing it all ourselves. Now, if you look back at it, and you have to see where Ushaka is located. As I said, there was a boom in the property market, but it never took off quite the way it should have, because all the zones of the original planning of the Point precinct has not been developed. Now, if you go down and you do a comparison, and I would really invite everybody to go past there and prove me wrong, and you compare it to other parts of the country. Now, and I'm going to once again use Cape Town, the Cape Town waterfront, which found itself in very similar circumstances not many years ago. You can go internationally to Rio de Janeiro, you can go to the UK, you can go to America, and you'll find the very same thing. Where you've got prime real estate located in a tourism barrier that is not being utilized the way it should. We start with the access route towards the Point precinct, which is presently down Point Road. Now, I recall that the Metro Police capital budget at this stage is only spent at 14%, which also puts at jeopardy the smart policing system, because that's been challenged. So as much as we're trying to sell that as a point of departure, it's not going to happen quite soon. So the Metro Police deployment around Point Road, you've got your prime tourism destination, which is right across from a passenger terminal. You've got Ushaka there, which is in financial turmoil, but the access to it is probably one of the most dangerous roads in town, irrespective of the condition of the road itself, because you have to have at least a Range Rover to get through there without any damage to the vehicle. A year ago in August, when the mayor did his fact-finding tour, there was already talk of changing Shepston Road into a two-way traffic. I'm glad to see that that is now in progress, more or less 9 months later, but it's far from finished. However, going down Shepston Road, you find the heavy transport sector taking most of what is there, because there's warehousing. and then it's not warehousing, that's tourism related. When you pass the Old Ports Terminal, you'll find that you've got what's supposed to be tourism products being occupied by second-hand car imports, which cannot even go into the market. They are exclusively for out of here. Yesterday when I went past, there was a big ship park there. And instead of having a shuttle service that links the port to Ushaka, you had old senior citizens, one even with a walker, trying to make his way just to the beachfront. We've got the opportunity to actually take these people with a shuttle and take them right to Ushaka. These people are working in dollars, pounds, and euros. We could be harvesting that at the gates, but we're not. We have not linked the node into each other so that you can go to Ushaka, link to your tourism node, link to your retail industry, link to your hospitality industry. I don't understand why not. The front of the buildings is falling apart. You've got a hotel there that has not been serviced and it's got a liquidation sign outside of it. You've got the Siemens building that was donated by the province that has not been done, nothing has been done to it yet. You've got restaurants standing open. That is not what you want to portray to people getting off an international cruise ship. You want them to see prosperity. You want to see investment. You want to see a shuttle service that takes them to Ushaka. You want to see it Ushaka, not empty restaurants. You want to see it full. It means the rental or something is wrong because you're not attracting people to fill it up. You want more events there. You want the amphitheater used so that it links into your node of the promenade. That's how you get feet into it, not by excavating and increasing the prices to the point where people cannot afford to take a family there because it's too expensive. We need to link it into the tourism part of it so we get foreign investment into it. We've got that node overgrown premises there. It's not even been maintained. And you've got the gondolas there. But when last did anybody see an advertisement to tell people what we've got there? We are not promoting the asset that's costing us money. And I hate to compare with other cities. But if you see it on their websites, when you listen to their radio stations, people are talking about their assets. This is like a little stepchild that we're sitting in the corner and we're just hoping that we can fund it. But we are not trying to assist by getting foreign funding in. We're taking our rates all the time. So in this instance...
Thank you, Councillor Zuma. Should I say? Then Toli, you'll come after Zuma.
I like the Councillor Becker kept saying, we, so it's part of the problem.
Speaker, Councillor Zuma has got 3 minutes.
Yes, from MKP and...
We're not a speaker.
Thank you,
Speaker?
Yes.
Ilunga le-MK alikho le mhlanganweni.
Okay, if okay, no. Order.
It just went away.
Order. We all understand the rules. If a party or a councillor that have donated minute is not present in the meeting, that minute can't be donated. Let's respect that. Councillor Zuma.
Speaker, call the meeting, Speaker. I think I'm
Order. Councillor Zuma, let's respect that. Proceed.
The whole Speaker did.
Thank you, Speaker. While we recognize the important role that Ushaka plays in the city's tourism landscape, we must ask ourselves a crucial question. How much longer is the city going to continue injecting millions into the theme park while ignoring the real issues that keep tourists away? The reality is that the tourism industry in EThekwini is struggling, not because Ushaka Marine lacks funding, but because the broader environment around it is in decay. Our city is dirty, our beaches are polluted, the CBD is no longer attractive or safe for visitors and families. Until we address these fundamental issues, no amount of money pumped into Ushaga Marine World will make a meaningful difference. If we are serious about turning things around, the city must first invest in resuscitating the tourism ecosystem, revive beachfronts, ensure that cleanliness and safe public space, and improve basic infrastructure. Moreover, Ushaga Marine World's current struggles are not only financial, they're also about poor marketing and lack of proper promotion. The city must do its part in promoting Ushaga as a premium destination for families through targeted marketing campaigns and partnerships. Throwing more money into the theme park without the support is simply unsustainable. Let us be honest, Ushaga Marine World cannot thrive in a declining city. Let's fix the city first and create a family-friendly environment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tuli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to confirm that the ANC has an ongoing commitment in preserving the economic and social and tourism value of one of the city's most strategic assets, Ushaga Marine World. As we are aware that the Durban Marine Theme Park is 100% municipality owned and led. It was established in 2003 as a catalyst to urban renewal and cornerstone of our city tourism economy, especially within the precinct point. It remained one of the largest marine tourism facility in the Southern Africa, drawing local and international tourists and stimulating job creation. Like many tourism and the creation of entity in the global, DMPT has faced a compound economic pressure, especially post-COVID-19 and due to fluctual tourism numbers. Despite showing strong performance in the peak season, the park operates close to break-even and with high fixed operation cost, cash flow challenges during the low season, and utility debt, which have grown due to liquidity and constraint. We are aware that the entity is currently facing and finalizing its turnaround strategy, which is due in July, to restructure the operation and to improve the sustainability in the OPEX of 2024-2025 adjustment budget. This council is prudent to allocate 14 million to Ushaga Marine. I want to make it clear that today's decision is not about bailing out, but rather a strategic investment to Ushaga Marine that continue to operate as an ongoing. Without the finding, the park may face scale down and suspend operation, and putting job of tourism and revenue in the city to reputation risk. Let me remind you that Ushaga Marine World is more than just a theme park. It is a tourism management and a source of pride of EThekwini. And it must figure last night, must story opportunity to talk about it. Lema alifane season ayo one of our entities. There are so many problems that we have within the city. And it doesn't mean that each and every item that comes before us must make then abantu bathole opportunity ukusichazela ngona yonke hlobo yento esolwane na yonke into ekwimport. Our main concern is about the money that we are giving this entity ngoba sifuna ukuthi ilungise lezi zinto ezibalekile esidinga. Ngifuna ukugcina ngelo ukuthi ke uyabonakala kwesisikhathi ukuthi abantu abaphawula akubona abahlala ekommitini. Board councillors nabakhulumile abantu abathola indaba kubantu abahlala ekommitini. Cha labahlala ngaphakathi ngokutshela. We are dealing with this matter. You're going to solve the strategy so later. clear ukuthi uyakanjani going forward. As the ANC, we support the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, councillors. The recommendations are great.
No, freedom from the abstains. Duly just convince me.
Thank you, Freedom Front, abstain.
Action is against.
Action SA is against.
Let's support.
Can we have the screen so that we record properly? Right, we are voting now, no movement, close the door. Right, those who are in support, please raise your hands.
Sisonke. Okay, yasikhumana we-MP. Yazi usikhumana MP.
Are you still not convinced?
Right, those who are against? Those who are against? Those who abstain? Thank you very much. There's no need for me to announce the numbers. Standard.
No, procedure, Speaker. Procedure. No, Speaker, procedure.
But Speaker, Speaker, the DLC supported this recommendation.
No, that's still.
No, they got it there as abstain.
I think we abstain.
Yes.
Okay. Let them correct that.
Speaker. ACTP is in support.
Don't know him, they know you are not convinced.
I-ATHEC ngeke even ready MK yaphikisa kwenzakalapho.
Right. Let's do this. It looks like there's a problem. Apologies for this. Can I have those who are in support to raise your hands again? So that I'm sure. Please, Secretariat, make sure that you...
We are 17 as EF.
Order. Secretariat, make sure that you... Make sure that you count, then you provide accurate numbers to the team that is helping me in front here. Yeah, Secretary, make sure that you give us correct numbers. Are you done with
Dual membership. Dual membership.
Right. Those who are voting against, right. Those who abstain,
Freedom flag.
Azikhokhelwa malini MK?
thank you very much. Those in support, 167. Those who are against, 2. Those who abstain, 6. The recommendations have been supported. Right. We are now breaking for lunch. I'm going to give you an hour for lunch and caucuses. We are expected to be back at 2:30 to continue our meeting. Let's be on time. All whips of parties, please come to the front. All whip of parties, come to the podium. Thank you.
2025 mid-year amendments to the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan amendment. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I will invite hands for those who want to debate the item. Any hand? None. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next item, Mr. Manager.
Item 2, verified 2024-2025 Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan for the third quarter ended 31st March 2025. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Let's take hands. There are no hands. Are the recommendations agreed? Manager.
Item number 3, approval of the final 2025-2026 Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Any hand? No hand. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 4 is the report of the Governance and Human Resources Committee from their meeting, which was held on the 18th of the 6th, 2025. Honorable Speaker, I wish to request that this item be withdrawn so that we are in a position to correct some minor technical error which was picked up after EXCO has held their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The request is granted. Mr. Manager. Next item. That was the last item. Right. From the third executive committee report, that was the last item. If we go back to our order of procedure, we have to deal with the impact report, same on page 12. The impact reports are attached on the council agenda. I will invite the chair, or the chair is apologized earlier. The chair is not available. The deputy chair is deputy chair present. Yes, Councillor Dlamini, the impact report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to councillors, officials. Speaker, Speaker, we've got in the main agenda, we've got 3 reports, but in total, there are 4. The first 2 reports are for approval, and the second, third, and the fourth, it's for noting. I'll start. All these reports I'm referring to, the 2 are UIFWs. Speaker, as a committee, after we have done intensive interrogations of these transgressions, we, with the assistance of CIIU, Financial Misconduct Board, Human Capital, Internal Control, we're coming to a conclusion that we have to write off this amount, which is about sorry, Speaker, which is about 2,543,188.61 cents. In the same recommendation, we actually felt that one of the things which the council is always crying for, in recovery, we've got 221,329.92 cents, which is supposed to be recovered. But Speaker, we believe that since the council has took a resolution in terms of consequence management, that accounting officer quarterly or 6 months will appraise this August house in terms of progress, in terms of consequence management. This is why we came into this conclusion. So we are requesting the council to write off this amount.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. This is the first report of MPEC. Recommendations are on page 2 of the first report. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? Thank you. Next report.
Second report, UIFW's Exwell, which is local content. In this report, we have actually appraised this house that up until these projects are finished, once there is payment that has been done, there will be irregular expenditure. So we have explained that. This is why today we are appealing to the council to write off, to write off 221,321,648.73 cents. You remember that this is a local content. We will stay with this up until the current projects, because are existing as you are talking now. Then up until I finish. This is why we are requesting that the council should write off this amount.
Thank you very much. On the second report, the recommendations are on page 2. Yes, Councillor Kisson.
Speaker, I was listed as a speaker, but I actually have to reference back to committee in regards to this item that I'd like to read out, please.
No problem, okay.
Thank you. Speaker, the second committee of the report is referring in the recommendations to us, referring to Annexure B, which is attached here too, and there are 90 items. You'll see on page 1, I think it's the second analysis of UIFW expenditure. The committee says that it notes that 90 contracts awarded to the municipality is reflected in Annexure B, amounting to 224,321,648 rands and 73 cents. However, on looking at Annexure B, Speaker, that amount was then tabulated, and those 90 contracts actually add up to a completely different figure of 257,732,000. That leaves a difference of 33,410,000 if you look at the amount. So we are bringing to council a tabulated amount that is incorrect. Those 90 contracts do not amount to the figure that we as council are being asked to move, and therefore I have requested that we have a reference back so that those amounts can be corrected and brought together, and then we can consider it as council. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the form, please?
Sorry, Speaker.
Let me deal with this first.
Just a clarity, Honourable Speaker.
Okay, order. The reference back as read has been signed accordingly and seconded. It means it is in line with the rules of order. Thank you very much for that. Councillors, there is a proposal to refer the item back to committee. Is the proposal supported, Councillor Gossen?
No.
Yes.
No. Yeah, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I just wanted to check before we put forth the amendment that instead of us correcting the figures here, is it not going to delay the process as it was explained by the Deputy Chair? And then we find ourselves delaying even payments, which then results into not spending in time.
Councillor Ngozi, let's do this. Let's just follow the order of procedure of dealing with such proposals. Because in terms of our rules, we don't open a debate for such proposals. Rules guide us that if there's a proposal to refer an item back, it is being presented. Then council have to vote. Councillors, is the order, is the reference back proposed by councillor supported? No. Okay, let me have the screen, please. Let me have the screen. Thank you. We are now voting on the proposed reference back. Thank you very much. Those who are in support of the proposal as read and motivated, please raise your hands. Thank you. Those who are voting against? Let's vote. Let's vote. Order. Let me check. Order, councillors. Order.
Point of order.
Order, councillors. There is a
Speaker.
Councillor, you are recognized. Order, let me listen to the councillor. Order, councillors, order. Order, the team. Order, there's a hand there. Can you speak, councillor, can you speak? Okay, thank you. You can lower your hands. Those who are voting, those who abstain, Those who abstain, none.
Chair is not there.
On what, Councillor Mthetho?
On voting.
Okay.
Accept the results.
Okay, kancane ngiyabonga.
Can we get the results first?
No, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to bring to your attention that when we started voting, the EFF was outside. Which then procedurally means that they were not allowed to vote.
The EFF was outside. Order. Right. JEP, can you please confirm your vote? I'm coming to you, JEP.
Against.
Voting against. Okay.
Yes.
Now, yeah, thank you. Councillor Mthetho, if you are saying the EFF was outside during voting, the whole caucus, because when we were counting, they were all here. No, I'm asking whether the whole caucus. It's just because I want to check with my security.
When voting started, the EFF
Order. I'm not taking any more hands. Can I have the numbers? I will deal with that. Right? Order. Those who are supporting the reference back is 50. Those who are against is 97. Those who abstain is none. Councillor Mthetho, unfortunately, I can't rule on your matter. Then I will suggest that if there's that complaint, please formally raise that complaint with the Speaker outside council meeting, but I can't rule on that matter now. All votes for council members are accepted. Thank you. Next item. Order. Right, let's go back to the substantive item, councillors. The second impact report. Recommendations are on page 2 of the said report. Are the recommendations agreed?
Speaker?
Yes.
I was speaking on the item, please. My name is on the list.
Okay.
But nonetheless, may I kindly request before I speak that I would like to have a legal opinion in regards to this matter. It appears before the agenda as an amount and it is incorrectly tabulated. Is it legally correct for council to vote on an item where the figures are incorrect and reflected on the agenda as such? I know that we voted against that, but I think it would be fair if we had a legal opinion on the procedural aspect of that before we continue, please, and then I'll speak to the item.
Okay, thank you. I don't see a need for a legal opinion. Can you debate the item? You can debate.
Thank you, Speaker.
Order.
Thank you, Speaker. For clarity, this item was an item that obviously had to be written off. However, things have now changed because council cannot make lawful decisions on unlawful foundations. And if the figures placed before us are factually incorrect, and if the totals don't reconcile, and if supporting documents contradict the report itself, then the item is procedurally defective. Full stop. No matter the political majority, no matter the urgency, no matter the attention, we as a council may not vote to approve an item that fails to meet the most basic standard of administrative fairness, legality, and accuracy. Today we're being asked to approve a write-off of 224 million, but the annexure attached to this very item, the document supporting it, shows an amount of 257 million and a difference of 33 million. I formally raised this discrepancy, but as we all know, this is not a rounding error, it's not a misprint, and it's a breach of Council's duty to uphold lawful, rational, and fact-based decision-making. Today we ask to approve the write-off of it, and this amount relates to contracts that were awarded in direct contravention of the legal requirement to support local production through government procurement. Last year on the 25th of June, we wrote off a similar amount, and I spoke on it once again. But when we look at the annexure to the support, no one has explained where the differences are or why it is missing from the totals. And this is not about numbers, it's about integrity. The regulation at the heart of this matter is the Preferential Procurement Regulations of 2017, as I brought up previously. And it was argued that it was the law that it be written off, but that is incorrect. These regulations required organs of state to apply minimum local content thresholds for designated products. It was clear, it was gazetted, and it was binding. Now, we often hear the familiar line that these rules were too complicated, that they were later challenged in court, and then compliance was impossible. And many have stood in this chamber and claimed that the law changed and that's why departments failed to comply. And officials have given me the same excuse. But let us deal with the facts. The Constitutional Court did indeed declare certain aspects of those regulations unconstitutional in February 2022, and specifically it ruled that the Minister of Finance had exceeded his powers by setting pre-qualification criteria and restricting competition, for example, excluding bidders. But, and this is critical, the court did not strike down the regulations with retrospective effect, and the ruling was not backdated. It did not erase the law as it stood between 2017 and 2022, and the regulations remained valid until new ones were promulgated in 2023 January. So all of the contracts listed in this report, each and every one, were concluded during that period when the regulations were still lawful and enforceable. Non-compliance during that period was not the result of legal confusion, it was simply the result of departments ignoring our rules. We cannot now rewrite history to justify misconduct. If we allow public funds to be spent outside of the law and then explain it away as too complex, we're creating the perfect storm for continued failure. And we are telling our officials that due diligence doesn't matter and the rules are flexible and that consequences are optional. And we must also confront the broader pattern. In 2023, we wrote off an amount. In 2024, over 3.4 billion. Now in 2025, we are presented with 224 million or possibly 257 million, depending on which number you want to follow. But still not a single report has been tabled by the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board, despite the Council's unanimous resolution for quarterly updates. And what message does that send to us? We cannot talk about consequence management if we never ask who is being held accountable, and we cannot protect public money if we don't add up our columns correctly. I say this with respect, but also with urgency that enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are the recommendations agreed?
No.
Let me have the screen, please.
Yes, overnote,
Let me have the screen. No movement. We are voting. Doors are closed. We are voting. No movement. Doors are closed. So that we don't get complaints. Security, make sure that we respect that. Right. Right, those who are in support of the recommendations, please raise your board, please. Done. Those who are voting against? Those who are voting against? Order.
Calculation is 45, right?
Thank you. Those who abstain? Those who abstain?
But abstain, I will implement one yes.
Right, those who are in support of the recommendations, 114, 114. Those who are against, 49. Those who abstain, 1. Thank you very much. Chair, the third report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The third report, Vestela Nis Notele Iwet Plan Year 2025-2026.
Noted. Thank you.
Noted.
Are the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Right. The fourth one.
The fourth one now.
Right.
The fourth report, Honorable Speaker, it's the annual report 2024-2025. We are not going to devote much to this report, Speaker. Reason being, it's a consolidation of all the reports that quarterly we submit in this House. But one is going to note or pick up a red flag in some items that we have to consider. EAG repeat findings, immaterial loss, water and electricity, particularly electricity. Currently, it seems to be above 10%. We are trying to, there should be mitigations very quickly so that electricity loss will never balloon like water loss. Spending of capital budget is questionable. Non-compliance with laws and regulations. Those are the things that we have promised by officials concerned that there is a plan to mitigate this. This is why we are hoping that by the Council to accept this annual report of ours as a committee, we are going to monitor what the officials has already given to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dlamini. Councillor Ben, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is one aspect of this report which I'd like to speak to, which is unusual from an impact report perspective, but it's also unusual to be able to speak to you within earshot of Mr. Mayor and of the City Manager, because this occasion is not going to rise often. And I want to highlight for them, please, the fourth recommendation, which arises from the issue of the inability of the municipality to consistently and smoothly spend the capital budget and the repairs and maintenance budget. Now we know from the impact meeting last week that this is a big concern to Mr. Mayor himself, because he called a special meeting to call officials to account. So that's why this issue is in the impact report, so that the issue is not lost and swept under the carpet. And we're specifically calling for the city manager and the executive director of finance to give a consolidated report explaining what the problems are and why the capital budget and the repairs and maintenance budgets are not spent smoothly and consistently during the year. So I take this opportunity to draw the attention of the individuals concerned and colleagues, because the report requests that it comes to all support committees for consideration, the reasons why the city just fails to spend the capital budget and the repairs and maintenance budget consistently and smoothly throughout the year. So I'm using this opportunity to draw this to the officials' attention and Mr. Mayor's attention. We share your concerns.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The recommendation noted, Councillors? Councillor Lamini?
Done with the reports. Thank you.
Right, these were the impact reports. We will now move to reports of committee decisions. Are all committees noted, Councillors? Right, items for noting are all noted. Thank you, they're all noted. It means now we have to deal with the section 20, the question, We are now dealing with the question.
Because it's not clear, we'll do it next time.
Speaker, still siyayifunda le mpahla iyafifibhala. Sibona sicela ukuthi kulomhlangano ozayo wesiphetho. Mangenjalo asimayini ukuthi siyisande impendulo yethu. Order. Thank you.
Okay, it means the responses will be emailed to the author. Yeah, that is accepted. Commissioner, please do so. Prepare the report and send to the author. Yeah. Right, councillors, we have concluded all the items in our council agenda. We are now going to deal with the committee. Let's allow members of the public to excuse us, the media people, all our officials. Thank you very much for being part of the meeting. Council now is dealing with in-committee matters. You are all released. Thank you.